Well, hello, and welcome back. Did you miss me? I did. So last night I got tired. I got tired. It wasn't even night. It was what, 6, I think. I got tired. I had dinner, went to bed, then woke up at 5 this morning, and then it was just kind of a little bit groggy. But you know, took a half of the spammers missed me. Yes, they did. Yes, they did. But I took kind of a half nap, and now we're ready to go. So, let's pop a do. Pop a do. I like that. Open focus, friends. Okay. Where am I? I'm in the code. I'm deep in the code. So basically, if I remember where I left off correctly, and I made some notes to myself before I went, I need ghost. That was supposed to be post. Will ChatGPT replace programmers? Yes, but it won't replace engineers. If it gets cheaper to write bad code, of course people are going to do it. But it's not going to get any cheaper to write good code. Let's see. But no, ChatGPT is... It's just statistical jargon. It can... Yeah. It doesn't know what it's doing. It's not sentient. Okay, so I need to make some sort of route where we can add roles and types. But before we do that, I might want to go ahead and... Let's see, that's post ledger record. Deprecate. We haven't even got this thing started. How can we deprecate something? Okay, so there's some information that's available publicly. And there is some that is available only with authentication. And we do not have any place else where we're checking authentication. So the authentication check is here. That's correct. Okay. What's the difference between an engineer and a programmer? Well, so I think just the general idea of a coder and a programmer has just become really washed out. You know, that there's people that are basically, well, no, I'm not going to say that. That's not true. What I was just thinking. But there's a lot of job title inflation. And so even right now, a lot of people are getting engineering jobs that aren't actually engineers. The difference between programming and engineering is programming. It's the difference between architecting and bricklaying, right? When you are, you don't, how to say this? Because it's not really quite the same difference either, because engineers are bricklayers too. Architects generally aren't laying the bricks, they're just drawing the blueprints. But it's the difference of thinking about what you're doing and doing it intentionally versus just copying and pasting off of Stack Overflow. So on the lower end, we have just the code monkeying. Code monkeying is when you're just copying and pasting off of Stack Overflow and you're fitting stuff together, and that is a great place to start. It's where people need to start. It's where you have to start. It's where we all start. It's a good place to start. But engineering is when you are thinking about the consequences and you're doing things more intentionally and you're trying to understand the design and trying to, it goes from being a hobby to being a profession, from being an entry to something a little more serious. Engineers earn more than programmers. Maybe this is the difference. No, because if you're looking at job title inflation, it's all over the map. But engineering is not just putting your hands on the keyboard. It's thinking to make sure that you're doing the things you intend to do. You're doing things intentionally. So I don't know. I mean, I have to think of a better answer, but I like the quote, and I think I have this quote on Creeds of Craftsmanship. Let me check real quick. I would recommend go to creedsofcraftsmanship.com and watch some of the talks on engineering. That's what I need to say. And you will learn wonderful things. Here's Creeds of Craftsmanship. So there are talks on engineering there. There's a section. Let me just grab this here, actually. There we go. Oh, Creeds of Craftsmanship. There, it's right there. Okay. So I put here talks on software engineering. Crockford's talk on JavaScript is really good. Rob Pike's on software engineering is excellent. Dave Cheney's workshop is good but long. I mean, it's excellent, but it's long. It's 3 hours. Rob Pike's Simplicity is Complicated is really good. Matt Ryer's Things in Go I Never Use. Just all this stuff. All this stuff. Really, really good stuff. You'll learn a lot. Whether you agree or disagree, you'll learn a lot. Okay. So let me go back here. I guess I just need to get access to these things. I need to test with a token. I need to look at my documentation for this and see how everything works. But I think the first thing that I'll do is let's just test this a little bit. Let's see if I can get this to run at all. Because I don't even know if it'll run right now. Let's do bin build and see what we get. Maybe we get lucky. Maybe something works nicely. You never know. Okay, and I'm going to need to open up yet another of this here. I'm going to go into reports v2. I think programming became hip and cool, and that's when I think there became more of a divide between programmers and engineers, because back before it was hip and cool and hey, here's how to get rich quick, just go to a 12-week program and get a 100K job, which do it, right? I mean, make the money. But there is a tinge of bitterness in me about this, because it was my safe space, right? Where I got together with my nerd buddies. And then it became cool and everybody wanted to do it. And it's, I don't know. I want as many people to do it as want to do it. But I want people to come and be thoughtful about it. And not just, hey, look how much money I'm making. But I guess, I don't know. I mean, most people, they get a job because they just want to, get fed and get their bills paid. You don't get a job. Most people seem to not get a job because it's what necessarily they really want to invest their passion in. They do that somewhere else. And for me, it's one and the same. How do I become an engineer? I would say, take a look at these. Engineering is, it's the mindset coupled with the practice and the wisdom you gain and the ability to make intentional choices. So just start learning on purpose principles and design patterns. I would say, so what Rob Pike said is that it's the trade-off between engineering is software over time with respect to other people. I think that's, his quote was something like that. And I ought to get that quote from him. I have it on one of my slides exactly, but I'll have to watch and see that and then put that in here, because it's engineering is software with respect to time and other people, or respect to time and teams, or something like that. But watch these talks and hear what they're suggesting is, here's a better way. Crockford and I are a little bit more similar in that we're a little bit more critical, a little more blunt. Rob Pike and Dave Cheney are both a little more tactful in the way that they speak. So you might find them to be less abrasive and to be easier to feel enlightened by, because they're really inviting. Crockford, he'll say a lot of times, and this is just stupid, and nobody should have ever done it this way, and it's a pity that it evolved this way. But we have it, so at least let's not use it. Let's not make the same mistake twice. That, you know, Crockford and I, we have a lot of the same isms in that regard. Rob Pike and Dave Cheney are a bit more inviting and inspirational, and Matt Ryer is just kind of straight to the point. Learn clean code stuff and how to do things properly, like clean code, writing automated test documentation, write software that's easy, maintainable, and resilient. Yeah. Now, clean code, what clean code means, there's a lot of, I don't know, debate about that and around that. But optimize for readability, the Zen of Python. Oh, and then here's my own talk right here, the Zen of programming. This one is a good one. But check out the Zen of Python. And this, I like the poster form. There you go. Zen of Python is kind of sums up the artistic aspect of it. Well, not artistic, because it's not just, it's pragmatic, but it's put in a poetic form. And the Zen of Python has been replicated with the Go Proverbs, the Zen of Zig, and not quite, but kind of the Axioms of AJ. So this is the stuff that I'm putting together. I think I'm going to move this to number 1. If it sounds cool, don't do it. Let's see. Anyway, I gotta get to this stuff to do here. So I was going to use watch exec, I think. And what do I want to do? Basically, I want to watch exec. Let me see what the help message was on this. Can I give it this specific file? Watch exec -e. I think I can do watch exec -e go. Let's see. And then okay. So 3556. That's where this is going to be. And then let's see, what have I got? What else have I got in here? Bin token issue root. Okay, cool. So there's my root token. Sign private key. And I do want to make sure real quick. I'm pretty sure. Well, let's see. What have I got here? Dev. Okay, good. So this key is for dev, not for prod. Good. So with that about, do I have? Who are my issuers? But that one, I don't think that we actually have up to test right now. What do I want to do then? Base URL. I think I want to do this differently. Hold on. Okay. I'm going to make this... I don't know if I can have this the way that I want to have it. There's my private key. I think I'm going to use Caddy here and get my HTTPS certificate for a DuckDNS domain, the Back to Basics domain. Give me just a sec to get this up and going here. DuckDNS API token. Okay, and then let me see here. I'm going to go to my cheat sheet for Caddy real quick and just copy and paste this right here. That should be good enough. Okay, actually I think I want to copy this one. And we're just going to put this here. What? What happened? Oh. I already have it open on the other screen here. Hold on. All right, we're going to put this, and we're going to change out example.com for back to basics.duckdns.org. And then I'm actually going to get rid of this one because we're not going to use it. And then API well-known. Yeah, that needs to go back to... What's the... Where are we running this? 3556. Okay, we're going to open up another one. I'll get back to comments in just a second. Caddy run, config, a caddy file. Okay, so we're going to replace 3000 with this one. There we go. And then we're going to serve this from... Let's see how this works. Let's see if it gets the dot public right or not. Oh, whoops. And then I need to tell it env file. And I need to make sure that I put the DuckDNS token. I think I have this in an issue to update. GitHub.com. Well, let's see. Let me just go issues. Request for CMake. I think I've got one open. Oh, it's over on pull requests. I need to finish reviewing a couple of these. Where did I put my... Let's see, env dot. All right, give me a second. I'll be right back. I need to go check something out on another server. I'll be back shortly. Okay. Okay, I need to get the version of Caddy that has DuckDNS enabled. I could have sworn I had that somewhere in a cheat sheet, but maybe not. Whoops, that's not what I needed. DuckDNS API token. Okay, let me go. Do I have xcaddy here? No, I don't have xcaddy here. I need to go grab xcaddy real quick. All right, now let me check comments. What does the API folder structure look like, though? Okay, so I'm going to give you a link to the cleaned up audio. There's going to be another one here. Give me just a second. So Josh got this video done, but he removed me from it. Hey, what's up, Wucha? Long time no see. So you can't see my bobblehead with this, unfortunately, but the audio's good now. Are you not using GoModInit for their packages? Okay. But we're gonna get the little me back in the corner, I think. So anyway, here, this is my presentation from Go West. I think this was a good presentation. It is called Hello Go. Hey, that's awesome. Can you give me a link to that you coded your own QR code generator? I've often wondered how that works. Okay, API folder structure look like. What does the API folder structure look like? So actually, I don't know if I talk much about API folder structure in this. I do talk about, this is just a general introduction to how to write Go programs with all of the Go tools, Go generate, Go doc, all the various things. So I think that this is a really good introduction to Go. Not necessarily if you've not done any programming before, but if you've toyed around with Go and and you want to learn it, I think this is a good talk to watch. But don't really talk much about the API structure. The general idea behind Go is that stuff that is usable together goes in a package. So depending on the size of your project, it may not actually make sense to have a bunch of different folders other than you've got a command folder for where your binary goes. Like right here, we've got a command and then whatever the name of the binary is, and then main.go. Your main code might just be in the root directory. If you find that you have a lot of interdependencies between things, then you should probably just bring them together. You probably don't need multiple packages. I think the purpose of a package is to ship something, or to give it containment. And sometimes you don't need that. Sometimes you're not. Oh, I still have the wrong shoes on. These are my boots for going out in the mud, but right now it's just all ice. I didn't put my slippers on. There we go. Now I've got my nice shed slippers on. My fancy shed slippers. They're, $15 slippers from Walmart. The best money can buy. And this one, I don't know. I don't know if I have a good separation. And this one, we got a package for migrations. Okay, and then scripts, I think, is where I have a lot of the stuff that I want to use to test. No, it's not. That's not Go code. That's just deploy code. Internal is for stuff that you don't want to be part of your public API. You want it to have certain aspects that are public. You want to be able to declare things publicly, but you don't want them to be in your public API. That's what internal is for. Yeah, there's not a whole lot. Let's see, what was this? And this one I don't have a lot of structure yet. Again, the project is really just starting. Okay, but didn't I have some tests or something? What? Where are my test files? Ben, do I have a test in here? API test. There we go. Okay. All right, there. We're going to run that. Oh, and I was going to get xcaddy. I need to get xcaddy on Webby. I might do that as part of this stream, actually, because I use caddy builds quite a bit for Savvy, and we now have run into a problem where the caddy build server isn't working, and we need to add some stuff to it sometimes. Okay, Linux, AMD 60. No, I'm on Mac. Dang it. FreeBSD. What? No Mac? Oh, is this, I'm so confused. Show all 20. Oh, it was showing me an abbreviated list. Okay. Wait, where's Mac? There it is. ARM64. Oh. I forgot I didn't have wget here. There we go. And then let's see. V032. There we go. And then this should go in local apt. And then I'm going to go into bin here. Local opt. That really should have a bin directory. Okay, bin xcaddy. And then I don't remember exactly how to use this. I just did it the other day. Let me go look this up real quick. Wait, a QR code generator that's for Wi-Fi only. What do you mean? Yeah, go ahead. DM me on it. Let's see. Let's go to Caddy modules. Grab Cloudflare because I actually need that one. Caddy, skip, clean up. And then what else? Oh, yeah. With the Caddy file, where I just had this thing open. Where is it? There we go. So I'm doing all this with Caddy because I want to be able to test with HTTPS and have the thing do its full loop the way that it actually does. Alright, that's going to take a minute. So Wucha, are you saying that you just wrote a generator in terms of you're just using a library? Is that what you're saying? Because at first I thought you meant you wrote a QR code generator. And this is great. What you have here is great. Just that I thought it was different. I thought you were saying that you wrote the generator. But I think what you're saying is you made a utility for sharing Wi-Fi. I think this is cool. This is awesome. This is great stuff. Now, my question is, though... Okay, it's in the alt text. Interesting. So, is this an actual protocol? Does this actually work if I were to scan this? Well, I guess I'll just try it right now. So if I were to just scan this... Whoa, that is neat. Yeah, that's awesome. I love that. I'm going to start using this. I mean, I don't know. I don't know if I'll mean exactly your site here, but this concept... I could use your site. I don't know if it's going to be around. It looks like it's just on a test domain right now. But if you get that up on a production domain, that's a cool thing. I did not know about that. Thank you for sharing this with me. I think it would be nice. I see that you have it in the hover here. You've got this hover bit. I think it would be nice if you would put that down below. But I mean, I guess it depends on the use case. Because I can't copy that. I can't grab it to copy it. And I want to see what it is because I want to be able to re-implement it. So I have something that does this already, and that generates QR codes. I use I think it's called QR code SVG. That's the one that works. It works in both Node. I got it to work in the CLI, the command line, and it also works in browsers. So that's the one I've been using, and I like that library. I just need to know what the data is supposed to go in the QR code is. But this is great. Okay, build complete. Finally. So we're going to put this in here, and I'm going to rumruff local opt caddy. I'm going to get rid of all of these caddies, because now I'm using xcaddy. Okay, so now we've got caddy run. Okay, error. Oh, nice that it exposes my token there. I'll just go rotate my token now. Oh, I have to sign in again. Alright, but why is this a problem? backtobasics.duckdns.org. Let me make sure I didn't typo something. All right, I'm going to put the new token in. DuckDNS API token. And then we have it running against the env file, right? Env file, that's the right file. Config looks right. Okay, that looks right. I don't know why. I'm going to bring this one. Whoops. That's not what I wanted to do. Okay, I'm going to bring this one over here and try to run it again. What is %27? Let's see if we can try our new tool, STTY. Oh, whoops, sorry, STTR. My bad. So, what was it, %27? I thought this said HTML encode and decode in here. No, that's not HTML, that's URL. URL decode, there we go. STTR. New tool on webinstall.dev. Interesting. Oh, there's a bug in Caddy I just discovered, I'm pretty sure. see. Wait, you did, so you did make everything from scratch. You actually did, for this, you actually made the QR generator. So you actually did this from scratch. You made the image yourself. You didn't use a library for this. Because that's impressive. To read the spec for this and then get that grid right and get it plotted out on canvas and converted to PNG and all that. That's cool. Okay. All right, now... I actually do want to write a parser. Let's see, do we have single quotes in here somewhere? Hmm. Hmm. Um, yeah. Let's see. Yeah. I don't know if this is the original one. There's a Rust one that's it's like an env lint. Let me see if I can find this. Oh, hold on. Yes? Okay. Thank you. Okay. Love you, bye. Alright, lunchtime. Ending blank line, extra blank line. Do. See. see here. Okay. Oh, what's up? What? Taco GFX? How's it going? Sorry, I'm not speaking because I can't write out sentences and talk out loud at the same time. I can write code and talk at the same time. It's a different part of the brain, you know. So, um, okay. Okay, so my wife has a sandwich for me that I need to go grab. So I'm going to go grab that. So give me just a few minutes. I'll be right back. And I almost forgot. Happy Wood Elf Day, everybody. That's right. It is, in fact, Wood Elf Day. I need to text my sister and let her know to have a happy Wood Elf Day. I need a Triforce symbol for that. So I can just drag that into the There we go. Boom. Yeah. Generic term for an elf that lives in wooded areas. Okay, give me just 1 second here. What? Watch the whole video. You watched the video, the Hello Go video? I see, Elon. So you're... I should come up... It's hard to... I gave a presentation about this more broadly, not in Go, but in web apps. But it follows very much what's in line with the Clean Architecture book, which is that the terms model, view, and controller have become very muddied. They don't mean what they used to mean. It used to be that your model was the stuff that handled the data persistence, basically. It was the rules that were needed to translate the data from a generic form to a serialized form, or I guess an in-memory form to a serialized form. That's the idea of the model. The model is not necessarily any particular type of database or even a database. The model can be a file structure. The model could be JSON. The model, the model itself is not the structure of the data. The model is the layer that bridges in between the two so that you can fetch the data from some format, whatever that format is, and back. And then the view would be how things, the data presented in a way that it can be rendered so that other things can interact with it, whether it's a CLI or a web app or, an AR system, what have you. The view is a layer for presentation, so you get the data translated into the format that it can be rendered in the presentation. And that's the job of the view. And so your view is probably going to be JSON. And then you have some sort of render function that typically is considered part of the view. But the JSON that comes out of the model, or the object format that comes out of the model, I say JSON, I mean value object. The value object that comes out of the model, which is what Go is. Go is all value objects. Everything in Go can be serialized and deserialized. And Go has one of the most straightforward value objects of any language other than JavaScript. But the value object that you have during the model process, you have a view layer, but the view layer is for the purpose of serialization out to a storage system. With what's the view layer, the representation is appropriate for rendering. So if you need the date in a particular format in the view layer, the date becomes that format. So you don't, and one of the ways that this has been abused is people write these extremely expressive template languages and they have all these date formatters and everything in the template language. And I'm more on the side of, no, don't do that. Get your data ready for the rendering process so that it can just be rendered correctly. If you need the date in 3 different formats, then your view should have the value object in your view should have the date in all 3 formats, and your renderer should just grab the date in the correct format. So that the template should be logicless. That's what I would prefer. And then controller is kind of a mixed bag. I think that there's kind of 2 things going on. There is some layer which is routing, no matter whether it's a CLI or it's a web app or it's an API or it's HTML, whatever it is, you have some layer that is routing. And then you have, I would prefer to call it utilities rather than controller. You have utilities that can perform business logic on the data to get it into a particular state that it's ready to go out to a view or it's ready to go into the storage. So I don't think that in Go, trying to follow the directory structure of having a model structure and a controller directory, I don't know if that's necessarily going to work out well, because Go is designed around the idea of operational packages. And when you try to separate anything that has to do with when you go categorically, when you try to define everything categorically and say, oh, this is all of a data category, so it's going to go in a data folder, that's likely to fail. Go has a, dare I say, component architecture where everything that a person needs to do is part of the person package, and that might include, depending on your application, that might include a storage mechanism, or it may include a presentation mechanism. But trying to arbitrarily say, well, this is a category of thing, because Go doesn't do that. That's one of the reasons it doesn't have generics. It makes it difficult to separate things categorically by a computer science term, So you want to separate things by their function, how they behave. And if things are really, really tightly coupled, then you might have more than one thing in the same package because the coupling is very, very tight. So I would think that a DB function, that's kind of what I'm doing here, what I'm working on now, but I would think that a DB function would go into something that is whatever's going to abstract pulling the data from the serialization layer. I would not, ideally, even though I'm doing this here, I would not ideally I'm kind of doing it here because the SQL C does generate code that does provide some abstraction from that. This code is not aware of the database functions. But ideally, so I think SQL C actually does this pretty well. But yeah, your data function would go, or your controller should not really know about the database, ideally. Whereby controller, I mean your business process and your business rules. Okay. Let's see. I don't think we're on the same page here. I'm not going to present this project in a conference about Golang. I just need to convince this person I know backend dev so he gives me a job which pays a lot. Well, are you trying to convince him? You're just trying to convince him that you can do stuff on the back end. You're not trying to convince him that you know Golang. Or are you trying to convince him that you know Golang? Because if you're trying to convince him that you know Golang, then I would highly recommend watching those talks that are about Golang and about, you know, the talks that I have on Creeds of Craftsmanship. The one by Matt Ryer. I think the Matt Ryer talk on how I do HTTP services. I think that one is important, and I think he articulates some of the ideas I was talking about better than I was doing. And I also think the Dave Cheney workshop would be very good. I got a message a couple minutes ago. I need to deploy something. This sandwich is so messy. Whoa. Bagel sandwiches are great, though. So give me just another second here. I'm going to try to deploy this. Let's see. Where is this at? I think I put a deploy script here. Let me see. Okay, good. Running deploy script. I'm hoping that will work. Excuse me while I eat in grotesque fashion. Okay. All right, back to this problem. Okay, I fixed that. I can run the caddy file now. I really like this thing. STTR is really interesting. Whoops, STTR. I want to learn how to use it better. Provide a string to transform. So I can give it hello. Enter 2 empty lines to process. Shuffle lines randomly. I wish that it would say in here, hold on. Well, let's go to web install now. I'm going to go back over here real quick and open up another issue. Show sub command hints. Let's see. Can I? Oh, I can't tag this as feature request enhancement. Current desired. Anyway, I was going to say about this program, I think that it's really neat what he's done. That you can enter in a subcommand. Oh, that's interesting. Also, a control D hint would be nice. Or, let's see. I just want to see, does this work if we do hello world? Oh, okay. It wants it to be a string. Okay, I'll have to look at that later. That's I'm actually just going to post this in that issue for just a second. I don't know what to call this actually. Let's see. Hello world. I can see why it shouldn't accept multiple, should only accept a single string for many of these commands, but it would be nice to update the help message to show that. Okay, let's see. Okay, let's see here. STTR, snake. Let's see. And then what else do I want to do here? Let's see. Likewise, it would be nice if either the same double enter, double new line rule applied. For inline, I don't know, for standard in input, or if a message about control D was printed. Hold on, here's what we're going to do. Okay. All right, let me get back to the golang at hand. Let's see if this deploy went smoothly. Okay. Mm. The sandwich is so messy. Okay. Dang it. I think I am going to need to go back here and do that thing with the keys. Okay, so this was a build. No, that's not what we want. I want to be able to do issuer stuff. So I'm going to make, I did this once before. I need to have a template repository for this. Okay, discovery. Okay. Good, I'm glad that they actually spec the multi-tenanting aspect of this. Okay. Open ID configuration and JWKs. That's public domain, by the way. Creative Commons 0. JWKS. Was it example.auth0.com/jwks.json? Is it not well known? There we go. All right, so we want to provide this right here. I once had to work with some sort of company or service that had an underscore here. I thought that was so weird because there's a spec for this and it's a hyphen and they put an underscore. You can't just make up your own stuff and expect software to be able to work with it. It's got to follow the spec. You can use a prefix if you want, whatever, but it's got to be. And then for their dev environment, rather than being /dev/well-known, which is what it should be, it was it was something like OpenID _config_dev or something like that. Let's see. GitHub.io/ what is this? Oh, bother. Let's see. This actually does need a CNAME Ditty setup. I might want to change the name of this because it's static. Well, see, for right now, so what I'm doing is I'm setting up a domain to be able to do OpenID stuff so that I can do all my token dev locally. And I set up something like this once before, but it was a while back. Let's see, verification code. So I'm logging into name.com. So I can add this. I want to add it in actually 2 places. I've got too many domains. Don't we all? That one I just need to let go. A couple of these I just need to let go. That one I think I'll let go too. Okay, anyway. I'm in here. I'm going to create a DNS record that is going to be SSO dev. And the answer is going to be, what is it, pages.github.io or something? Pages. What? Play from a branch. Play from main. Custom domain. Managing custom domain. Okay, CNAME record. CNAME record should point to... Okay, there we go. .github.io. Okay, so make this a CNAME record. And I need to do this for another site as well. So I'm setting this up so that GitHub Pages can host the public keys. And then I can use that. That way I can just clone the repository and have the public keys, and I don't have to worry about having the right server set up. I can just tell my app, here's your whitelisted host, is this domain. Okay. Custom domain is this one. All right, so I'm going to get this set up, and then I'm going to fork it to the other project because I want there to be a link. I want to be using dev keys for that company, but I want it to be a fork from my company's domain, my company's GitHub, because that way when somebody in the future is thinking, oh, what's this thing about, I'll keep this one updated. Okay. There we go. Enforce. Great. Okay, I don't know why I didn't do this ages ago. I did do this ages ago. I did it for somebody else's company, and I didn't have the forethought to set it up generically. But here we go. So, whoops. Oh, well, there we go. Set your open ID issuer to any of the keys, I think they're 128. I don't know. Domain plus route. Okay. Now let me go generate some keys. If you'd like to have your own test domain, set a CNAME record to your org.github.io for SSO dev dot GitHub, or whoops. To change Public domain via CC0 1.0. Oh, duh. I've got the link right here, don't I? Or do I not actually link to it? I think I actually forgot to link to, in this, I think I forgot to link to, oh, there it is. It's just a little too subtle. Okay. I just want to have a link back to this so anybody using it, if they, because I'm going to mark it as a template repository, and if anybody uses it, I want them to, because it doesn't show, when you fork and when you template, it's two different things. There we go. That's good. By the way, feel free to ask questions, make comments, etc. I'm kind of jumping around a little bit today. Okay, for blah. Generate your own keys. Oh, I need to get this to go into JWKS format. Let's see, and then this will convert between the two, right? I don't remember if this does convert. I think it does. Okay, I think I'm just going to copy this. Dir bin. We're going to do this. Key.temp while true do. Whoops. Done. There we go. If grep-q let's see. That will be good. And then we'll do the same thing again. But then we'll grep for EC DSA, I think. And this will be EC, EC. Oh, whoops. Missing the dot. There we go. Oh, again. Same thing. Okay, great. Here we go. Oh, it's going to be capitals. Got it. All right, so we're doing I'm going to put this in a function so that we can go into a different directory. Hey, what's up? Ranjith Balamurugan? How'd I do? Is that 2 names or 3 names or just random letters? Notice how I omitted 1 name. That can't be 1 name. Ranjith. Hello, Ranjith. Okay, so we're going to generate these. Actually, let me see about this. Oh, bother. Let me think about how to do this. What I'm going to try to do is capture the public key. So now I'm going to echo bracket my RSA pub, comma, I'm making on the fly JSON here. My EC pub bracket, and then jwks.json. And then we'll link that to here. Not RN, but LN. Hey, what's up? Yeah, so I'm here. It's just, I'm not looking at the comments 100% of the time, and there's a 15-second delay or so. But, so I'm building an API in Go, and right now, what I'm doing is I've got a token mechanism for it, but the way the token, the API token, and it uses OIDC, and I want to not have to worry about having the right keys and everything set up in the single sign-on service. And so I'm making a development single sign-on service, which you can actually do this with OpenID config, or sorry, OpenID. Gosh, what's it called? It's OpenID. What's the word I'm looking for? OIDC. What does it stand for? OpenID Connect. OpenID Connect. With OpenID Connect, you can serve your public keys from a static page. So that's what I'm doing. I'm building this out so that it'll serve the public keys from a static page. So let's see. There's the staging keys. All right, so this will copy that into here. And then what I'd like to do is I'm going to let's see. And we're going to say, this is what we're going to do. We're going to say if command-v prettier, then prettier-w on this. There we go. Okay. Okay, why did that? Well, I guess I should just use, was it CP-RP or something like that? Was it capital R, capital P? I forget the POSIX options. ARV, maybe? Nope, that's not it. Hold on, let me go look up POSIX CP real quick. Because this will work on Mac, Linux, and Windows, or I guess not Windows, but Mac and Linux the same way. I think it's -R. RPL or R. Okay. Take actions based on type and contents of file referenced by any symbolic link. Any symbolic link is any symbolic encounter during the traversal. Shall not follow. Okay. Shall copy a symbolic link specified as a source file operand. These symbolic links encountered in traversal of the hierarchy and shall not follow any symbolic links. So I think it's RP, and then I think there's something else. The F or I or P. Take actions on symbolic links specified as a source file. Okay, I think it is capital R, capital P, capital P. We'll find out. So RP, PRP, I think is what it's supposed to be. Or technically, I think it's supposed to be RPP. Alright, let me try this again. So now, if we look into staging, or in dev, this should actually be called not make RSA, but we should call this generate keys. I'm building my IoT cloud using Fiber. I have not heard of Fiber. Oh, is this for some sort of fast HTTP zero memory allocation? Interesting. So Go is starting, they're getting Go on micro devices? How in the world do you do an HTTP server without allocating memory? With zero memory allocation. How do you do that? Explain me. So I like Qi for using Go, but this doesn't sound like this is. Let's see. Head. Okay, this looks like it's similar to Qi. How is this different from Qi? It's an active development. That's not a good thing. I like to see things that haven't been committed to for a long time. Well, especially when something boring like HTTP. See? Last published was a couple of years ago. Hopefully that was just some sort of strange documentation fix. Hopefully they're not still changing code in this thing. Because this thing was really well defined. I disagree on this. Standard lib, you'll be happy. I disagree because you don't get routing. Yeah, okay. Then, yeah, I'd stay... Based on this comment, I would say stick with Qi. Because Qi is it's a very, very lightweight extension on top of the standard library conventions. But Fiber uses fast HTTP. So if you need fast HTTP, but you need it for IoT, right? That's the reason you're using fast HTTP, is because of the IoT constraints on your device. Are you using it on the device, or are you building the cloud application? No, what? I asked several questions in a row. All right, so I need to figure out, what does this thing need to be? All right, there we go. For cloud application, can you teach me how to select a library for long-term work without breaking the code? Well, can you clarify that question? Can you maybe phrase it in a different way to help me understand better? But I think one of the things that you want to see is that it's not in active development. I mean, it's good when especially when you're early on in your career, it's actually good to use things that are in active development, because there's a good chance that you're going to pick something that other people are going to pick, and that eventually it's going to be an important library. But if you want something that's going to last, you want to pick something that's old and boring. Because, and I've got a clip on this somewhere, it's on the Beyond Code channel. But you want to pick stuff that's old and boring because it's stable and it's going to work and it's not going to change. If you pick things that are new and hot, they're changing all the time. They break all the time. So some things are new and they're good and they're useful. But most things that are new are just reinventing the wheel because somebody wants to feel self-important. I know all about that. People are looking for new things because they like novelty. As humans, we like novelty. But stability and novelty are at odds. Something that's new typically isn't stable. And this is not always true. There are some things that are built to be stable because the things that exist are fragile. So Golang is an example of that. Golang is relatively new, but it was built to be stable. That was the purpose of it. And Golang has been very slow moving. It took a long time for them to get to 1.0, and Golang has kept certain almost bugs, incompletenesses, we can say, to maintain backwards compatibility. So, Golang is a pretty good example of something that was new, but that was well thought out from the beginning and driven with purpose. Node is something that was not well thought out, and up until about Node version, I think Node version 8 is when things started to become stable. Before Node version 8, or maybe it wasn't until 10. It was either 10 or 12 was the last major update where missing features were delivered that really needed to be there and didn't have a good reason for not being there. Basically some stuff that was kind of brokenish, missing. Rust is in pretty heavy development, but it also has a pretty good compatibility guarantee from what I understand. If you stay on stable, then and the purpose of Rust is to be stable. And then Zig is probably too new for most things, but I think that Zig will find place because it is also designed to be stable, and it fills the void that is left for something that is as simple as C. What about Nastio instead of Kafka? I don't know about that stuff. I have not had the need for these things. I still am not quite sure I know what Kafka is. Is that a messaging streaming platform? Okay. So tune in tonight for the Utah Stack JS. So Utah Stack JS. You should ask your questions about event streaming. That is not true. We do have content. We just have live content. So we had another YouTube channel. We just switched in January to a new YouTube channel because I wanted it to have the opportunity to grow rather than just have a bunch of stale subscribers from the old channel. So Utah Stack JS. Check that out. So Ethan Garofalo is going to be presenting tonight. And he is going to present on idempotency, and he's going to talk a little bit about streaming, I imagine. And he's written a book on microservices, microarchitecture, I think is the more appropriate name. And the one that he recommends, I think is actually written in Ruby. It's not because it's written in Ruby, it's because it just happens to have patterns that seem to work really well. But you're coming at this from the IoT perspective. That's why you're looking for this thing, right? Yeah. So, the axioms of AJ, which I will give this to you here. I think I might actually change this to number 1. If it sounds cool, don't do it. Anytime something sounds cool, pause. And try to understand if there's value, if it's useful. Because there's a lot of cool things, but very few cool things are useful. Most cool things are cool because Cool is kind of a synonym for unintuitive and unproven, right? When somebody says, oh, that's cool, what they mean is, in almost every case, when somebody says that's cool, look at their screen and there's something going on that you wouldn't expect. It's not usually, oh, that's really useful, I could see that this is going to be helpful. It's usually, wow, I wouldn't have known that if you didn't show me. How does that even work? And that's usually a bad sign, because we want to avoid magic. Now, there's a lot of things that they're really useful and say, oh, that's cool. And what we mean is, I don't understand it, but then it might also be useful. So whenever you hear, that's cool, you think, oh, this looks really cool. Stop and think, but is it useful? Does it solve a problem that I have? Because this looks cool. Oh, look, I got a bunch of sparkling nodes and, oh, wow. Oh, and so many logos. Wow, this is really cool. Is it? But I'll check this out, maybe. I mean, I say maybe. I want to check this out. There's a lot of things I have to do and not a lot of time, so... But I would like to watch this video. Okay, 8-minute video. I can make time for that. I'm going to go put this over here. And when I'm taking a break, I will watch this video to understand what this is about. And the Apache Foundation, I don't really use much of their stuff because it seems like it's where software goes to die. That's kind of the joke, but it also seems to be kind of the reality. But I'm... Let's see here. Open ID configuration. Let's take a look at this one. A lot of times we think things that have colors are cool too, and sometimes they are. Whoops. Watch this. Well, that's cool. It's also very useful. What makes it readable. Alright, so issuer. Okay, we could say my issuer equals oops, that's not what I wanted. Let's see. Return 1. Echo. Error. Oops. Okay. Okay. There we are. All right, have a good one. Okay. Whoops. Okay, and this is going to be... There we go. How do I want to do this? We don't need the authorization endpoint or the token endpoint or the original endpoint. We just need JWKS URI. Evocation, supported scopes. I don't think we need any of that. Okay, I think this is what we need. And I'm just doing it like this so that it can be properly indented. Having a bunch of echo statements. Let's see, issuer. And then we're going to need to do this again. Okay. Shumicked! What's up? What we coding on the main ACC? What's ACC mean? Oh, on the main account? Because I'm not on the Dash Incubator account? Is that what we're asking about? So, I'm working on some SSO stuff right now because I want this thing that I'm working on to be easier to test, and so I'm just setting up an OpenID configuration on GitHub Pages and just scripting out how I do that so that it's easy to repeat the process again in the future. Let's see. And then I'll explain more in just a minute. I want to finish out my thought here before I stop to speak. Okay, and this is going to be issuer/dev. And this is going to be issuer/staging. Oh! Oh, Ranjith, yeah. Thanks for the follow. So, if you need something beyond what GitHub can do for you, I'd recommend just using Caddy on DigitalOcean. I think that's the way to go about it. It can be very, very quick and easy to set up if you use Caddy. Whoops. Do Caddy and Serviceman. And DigitalOcean. And actually, I'm going to have my own hosting service maybe within the month. Meaning, my buddy Ryan and I, we are making an alternative to DigitalOcean. So I will show you. Where is my... Here it is. So we have got... He's picked out the servers. I've been working on some of the software on this stream, on this channel as well. Our servers are probably going to go in this rack right here. I think this one was empty. One of these was empty. Anyway, so we're going to get a quarter cab. And that's where our servers are going to go. We're going to get 3 of them to start and a 10 gigabit switch. And we're going to be running Ceph on them for storage, which is the same thing that DigitalOcean uses for their encrypted redundant storage, their volume block storage. But I think we're going to be using it for the main systems as well. And we're going to focus more on LXC as the virtualization layer, or containerization layer, than QEMU, which I think all of DigitalOcean runs in QEMU. And all of the Docker services run in LXC. LXC is Docker, or Docker is tooling on top of LXC, which is Linux Container Services. So I think if you need flexibility, I just recommend using a web server. It's one of those things where, yeah, you might spend an hour or two the very first time you ever set it up, but take notes, put it on your blog of how you set it up, script the process of how you set it up, whatever. But just, if you learn something, capture the knowledge of what you learn and make it available for yourself for later reference. Because if you do that, then you've got all the flexibility in the world, and you can set up anytime you want, and you can use tools that are more standard tools. I much prefer dependencies that are wide rather than dependencies that are deep. I'd rather learn the basics and have a broad set of tools that are very basic tools, rather than learn something that's extremely abstract and that requires a lot of depth of understanding in order to do something basic with it. You have deep pockets of knowledge in the basics, and you know, learn the Lego blocks, not all of the abstractions. And then if the abstraction is really the right thing, then use the abstraction. But a lot of times, learning the Lego blocks, that's just the way I am. That's what I believe. I believe in learning the Lego blocks. Okay, so we've got this dev thing, the staging thing. There's two other that I wanted to set up. And I got to think about it for a second. So what I wanted to do was my EC1 and my EC2 so my EC1 pub is going to be you know what? I'm going to change this up. Because I actually want both of these keys to be available at first. So let me do this. I knew this was a dumb idea. I don't know why I did it. But it's okay. I'm repenting of the evil that I have done. Alright, so we're going to get rid of this in this form. There we go with the pub. There we go. Alright, there we go. So now I got both of the key types, and then the keys are still left over for me to go remove after the fact. So when all of this is said and done, then I will remove this one, and this one, and this one. All right, so this is going to be I'm making a script that's going to generate JWKs. I'm using key pairs. I'll just link you to this here. So I'm just creating a script using key pairs that's going to generate the keys, and then I'm going to be able to sign the tokens and all that stuff. And I may put these, let me see, so we don't have convert here. That's the one thing that this is missing that I wish that I had ported over. So the node, I have a node version of key pairs as well. If you npm install key pairs -i or -g, I mean, that one has the convert functions in it. I need to add the convert function to this because it'll generate either as JSON or as PEM. But I would like to have it as both JSON and PEM because that often ends up being useful. Anyway. Okay. Alright, so there's the EC keys, then we're going to do the same with the RSA keys. And then we're going to delete all of the temporary public keys, and then we're going to have our full set of all the things. Okay. And maybe I don't want to do that one. Maybe I'll just put it here. Give me a couple minutes to get through this. I think I'm almost done. And then I'll take a step back and think through some stuff. I prefer just to script things, you know, so they... FN... Okay, I take it back. I do want to CD into here. Because I want that function to be able to run from the present directory. Okay, so we will go back to this, and then we get rid of this, and we get rid of this. Okay, let me try this and see how it fares. Oh, and then another. I do see comments coming in. I will get to them. They're in the corner. I see them in the corner of my eye. Okay, cool. So let's take a look here. Dev EC. There's the key for each. RSA, EC. Okay. And I think I still want to do the prettier bit here. Okay. All right, that looks good. So we got both types of keys in there. And then here we just have both EC keys. And I think that these actually do need an additional property on them. No, they don't. They've got the use on there. Good. Okay. All right, those are both there. So we got two sets of keys. Okay. And then from here, we're not going to have extra dev keys. All right, so dev is going to be relatively empty. Hold on. Let's clear everything out, start again. Okay, dev is pretty much empty. EC is pretty much empty. RSA is pretty much empty. Then staging is going to have stuff in it. Oh, but staging doesn't have the other things. Hold on. Alright, that generated the keys. Alright, I'm a little confused about what happened with staging there. Wait, was that there before? Oh, there was just a new line. I wasn't noticing it. Okay, so yeah, everything's there in staging. I'm just going to open this up in my file browser, and then I will look at comments. Okay, I just want to see a look at it in my file browser here. So, dev is thin, EC is thin, RSA is thin, staging is thick, and then the main directory is thick. Okay, so there's going to be two sets of keys, so we can try good and bad keys. Good. Let's see here. EC, RSA, dev, staging. Okay, and then we would put here. Okay, and then the settings button. Let's see, what is it for the repository here? It's going to be settings, pages, branch main. Okay, now let me catch up on comments. Last August only started... Okay. Wow, there's a whole ton of comments. Whoa, a ton of comments. All right. Okay, so I'm scrolling back here. So Cloudflare pages, that was the last thing we talked about. Why are you not using VS Code? Because it's slow and annoying. It's slow. I want things that just load quickly. Just boom. So I actually do use Cot Editor for... So if I need to open up the README, if I need to, be able to see the preview, Cot Editor. See how fast that was? So you see how I opened it and opened? Okay, or let me just open up this right here. Okay, so watch this. Boom, preview. Boom, preview. README, where's the README? Boom, preview. So I like things that are instant. I don't like things that are really slow. And if I double click on this, boom. There's a little lag there. Less than a second, but lag. If I want to open up this. 1, 2. That's kind of slow. It hasn't been opened. It wasn't even open in the background. That's the first time I've opened it since I rebooted my computer yesterday. So if we open it a second time, a bit faster. Again, a little lag, but less than a second. Fairly quick. So that's something that I like. And Vim is instant, but more importantly, Vim works everywhere. As I always say, if you have a thermostat in your house that runs Unix, Vim is there, or at least VI. So it's much more portable. I think that people should be developing in the environment that they're deploying. So you should essentially develop in production. You should be on the VPS. Or at the very least, you should have the HTTPS and the domain and all that stuff. You shouldn't be developing on localhost. And VS Code limits you pretty heavily to developing on localhost. It makes it difficult to develop in production, in the production environment. And so I don't like Vim for those, or VS Code for those reasons. I'm running my cloud in AWS. I am sorry. I really recommend that you take a look at DigitalOcean. AWS is so expensive and so complicated, and so slow. Just trying to navigate through their interface to get to this, that, or the other, it's just so painful. Take a look at DigitalOcean. It's cheaper. It's more reliable. So AWS is not reliable on purpose. The focus of AWS is to be available, not reliable. The difference being, I can run the same virtual machine, virtual VPS, virtual private server on DigitalOcean for a decade and have zero downtime. So I've been running servers on DigitalOcean for a decade, and occasionally they're down for 30 seconds for some sort of maintenance, almost always scheduled. I have had a grand total of about 2 hours of interruption on one single day on their DNS service, degradation of service. It wasn't even that it was down, it was just that service was degraded. And so, well, it was kind of hit or miss. The queries weren't always getting through. And that was about 2 hours. And there was another time that I think the service went down for 30 seconds on one of my VPSs because of an unexpected hardware failure. And I'm talking about over 10 years. Every single time I've used AWS within 6 months, whatever service I've used has failed. But that's by design. because AWS has zero uptime reliability. None whatsoever. AWS is meant to be scripted so that you make sure that you always have a few instances running, and you detect if an instance goes down, and you start a new instance when the instance goes down. So AWS is extremely high touch, and if that's the kind of thing that you want, which there is a good reason to take that strategy, then you can find other services that do it better. But, yeah, I don't like AWS. No, you can ask me all the questions you want. I will always give you an opinion. This is very cool. I'm glad that you like it. And I'll give you the URL in just a second, and then I'm going to fork it and put it on the for the other company, because I was starting this for the project at hand, which is for a client. But sometimes when it's something like this where it's tooling related, I go and I put it on my own company repository and then I fork it to the client repository. The reason for this is that I'm going to continue to update this with other clients. I'm going to continue to use this when I have a tool like this. It's like, oh, okay, I'm going to be using this tool now that I have it, because I've done shim solutions in other cases where I've needed this, and now it's like, okay, I've done this a few times now. I need to have a tool for this. Because that's kind of my rule of thumb. Do everything twice, but by the third or fourth time, you should know. We don't know what we're doing most of the time. We don't know if we're taking a correct solution. So do everything twice, but by the third or fourth time, you should have your stuff cleaned up. So anyway, yeah. So I'm going to fork it over there, and then they may or may not maintain it long term. But I will be maintaining it regardless, and they can update their fork if they want to, or they can just, it's snapshotted. It's the way that it was for them. In the library for sending an instant alert, like sending email, I just go with curl. You don't need a library for that. It's going to have authentication, an API, either an API token, probably an API token, a username and password, and then it's going to have a post message. So, I probably should have an example for this, but if you're using JavaScript, go with fetch. If you're using Golang, use one of the request libraries that handles the timeouts for you, because that's the one thing. Their standard dialer doesn't handle timeouts properly, and people have complained about this, and I agree. This is one case where the standard library is not sufficient because you need reasonable defaults, and because they're not going to break backwards compatibility, and because they weren't able to agree on what the reasonable defaults should be, they didn't put them there. But if you just want to prototype it out, you're going to do something like this. And I think this token should be expired. Yeah, requires authentication. Good. Okay. Because normally I don't put something. If I any private token I have, I never leave it in my command history. Okay, good. Yeah, so you're going to have something like this where you're going to curl-h authorization. You're going to give it a token. And this would be something like api.twilio.com/sms/send. And then, again, you're going to have something, content type, application, JSON. Or maybe it's just a form post, and then you're going to do data raw. And then from there, you're just going to put in whatever it is, so 2 and then a phone number. So there's the phone number and then body. If you want to see an example of this in Golang, I'm going to check real quick and see if I've got this repository available. Let's see. I don't know if I made it open source because I didn't finish it, and I tend to only open source things that I've finished. Get notified when sites go down. So I built this with, I think I built it with Twilio. And maybe Postmark or Mailgun. Let's see. So I have in here Mailgun, Pushbullet, and Twilio. So take a look at Watchdog. There's probably other libraries that are better than this. Like I said, it's one that I abandoned, but It works. I didn't really abandon it. It does what it needs to do. I've been getting notifications from this for years. So it does what it needs to do. And then there's also Uptime Robot if you want a service, but they just got rid of their free tier, I think. So Uptime Robot. They also just redid their website. They must have gotten funding or something, and so now... Yeah, I guess that they got funding, and so now they've gone from a hobby project to corporate, and now they're getting rid of their free plans, and... Yeah, no SSL monitoring. Only 9 integrations. They shouldn't say only, they should say up to. Only is very negative terminology. They're probably not native English speakers. Yeah. This is a service I plan on creating someday. Plan is a strong word. I just need a way. I just need to finish the Dash payments integration and just let people pay in Dash for this stuff. Because that's the simplest way to do it. Because the reason that I don't know why they charge so much. Well, one of the reasons they charge so much is this right here, free. Whenever something's free, again, I'll bring up the tweet from the other day. Whoops, not Twitch. Let's bring up the tweet. Wait, why did I get logged out? Here we go. Here's the tweet. Economies of scale, 1 banana, $1. 10 bananas, $5. Economies of SaaS, 1 banana, free. 2 banana, $5. 3 banana, call for enterprise pricing. There's the tweet. Okay. Now let me keep going through here. Yeah, you can keep up with the questions. Golang is a great language to start with. It is the easiest language to learn, and it has the best design patterns. If you go to creedsofcraftsmanship.com, check this out. I think I already put the link in the chat earlier, but in case not, I've talked about it a few times today. But yeah, there, Creeds of Craftsmanship, and check out the Golang talks. Golang is an excellent language to learn because it's just so good. It teaches you such good practices. All right, library for sending email. That one we talked about. So good at coding. Thank you. I still have to search how to write things sometimes. Well, yeah, we all do. I have to. But the basic, how to do an if and then and that kind of stuff, I got. But as you saw earlier, I was looking up the options for copy. Copy is something you do fairly. I don't ever use CP. I've always used rsync because rsync works locally, it works remote, it works in almost every case. But in a POSIX environment, you don't always have rsync, and CP is rather limited. But yeah, I've got CP there too. And I think it was capital R, capital P, lowercase p for recursive. And then the uppercase P is for preserve symlinks. I wish they would have said what the reason for the name was, but it's for preserve symlinks. And then the lowercase p was for preserve permissions. Okay. Gotta catch 'em all. What's up, Dubs? You always make me smile with your whatever it is you have to say. Yeah, Linode was really popular at one point, and I'm surprised people still reference it because it seems like DigitalOcean has taken over, and it's just DigitalOcean's less expensive. That's the main thing. I think that if I remember correctly, Linode is similar in terms of being able to use it easily. So I'm just wary of anything that's free. I don't want to use free stuff for the most part. There are some things. I'm using GitHub Pages. That's free, but it's not really free because GitHub is an ad platform. So it's kind of like YouTube. Well, we'll see. One day, code is relatively small, And so they'll probably never have to stop hosting code because it's just so small. You're dealing with usually kilobytes, right? But free services I'm wary of. GitHub is quasi-free. It is an advertising platform, kind of like YouTube is an advertising platform. YouTube is eventually going to start removing videos. They cannot host the world's video content. It's just not possible. You can't do it. They're not going to be paying when you have to have everything in triplicate and you're doing encoding. YouTube is not. It's just not tenable. Well, I guess they'll do what they're doing. That they'll just keep adding ads. I use Brave, so I don't really see the ads, but they'll just add more and more and more and more and more ads until it crumbles under its own weight. Can't wait till I'm good enough to start making a SaaS service. All you need to do is figure out a way to do authentication, and that's what we're talking about right now. So keep on it. Can you explain concurrency? Yeah, so it needs to be juxtaposed with parallelism. Concurrency is that something switches between tasks. And parallelism is that multiple tasks happen at the same time. So if something is purely parallel, you'll probably run the same job with different inputs. So for example, send 5,000 marketing emails, but with a different email address and a different username. Hello, Bob. Hello, Sally. Right? So that's something you can do in parallel, is that you can send all of those emails. You can batch them and do 10 sends at a time, whatever. You can run that in parallel. Concurrency is different. Concurrency is when, while the process, essentially while it's waiting, something else is happening. So the ideal might be parallel and concurrent, but if it's just concurrent, that would be like JavaScript, where there's only one thread for the main loop. Now on the back end, it actually does have more threads. By back end, I mean the internals. And the internals, it does spawn off threads in Node, for example, or in the browser. It spawns off each request you make is in a thread or in a thread pool or a request pool. But that management of the event loop that has multiple threads happens where you don't see it. So you do get the advantages there. You just don't see them. You don't interact with them directly. But JavaScript is purely concurrent in its main thread, in that you might do something and then be waiting for a callback from an asynchronous process, and then it's going to go on and do something else. But with pure concurrency, you don't get memory corruption. With pure parallelism, you can very easily get memory corruption. And when you mix concurrency and parallelism, then you can get the best of both worlds. And this is what Go does under the hood, is you write parallel code, and then Go handles the concurrency under the hood. So with Go, you might have many Go routines, but when one Go routine is blocking, another Go routine starts executing. And so Go and Node are kind of opposites in this way, where with Node, all of the parallelism, things actually happening simultaneously, happens in the back where you don't see it. With Go, the concurrency typically is happening in the back where you don't see it, but the parallelism is very clear. The fact that you can batch a task is very clear. Go AJ, go AJ, go AJ. Thanks, Tom. How you doing? Just saying hi. Parade wave. I don't know what a parade wave is. Parade wave, like the... Ooh. Well, but hello. Oh, and I noticed... Whoops. I noticed just now... Oh, wrong way. Hold on. It's getting really bright. The sun's coming in hot. So let me turn that down. So, again, I think that one of the best... Well, I don't know if it's one of the best, but a good one is there's a talk, parallelism versus concurrency. Golang. Let me see if I can just find it real quick. Here you go. Concurrency is not parallelism by the man himself.
If you look.
There we go. Yeah, this is actually this is a really great graphic right here. Concurrency, parallelism. Concurrency is maybe you're mixing and matching what you're doing, different things are hopping on and off the thread. Parallelism is things are just going together. So they're related concepts. But also, tell me, in what context are you wanting to know more about concurrency? Is it in the context of Go or in the context of JavaScript, or what problem are you trying to solve, or what concept are you trying to learn that is driving you to want to know concurrency better? All right, I'm about to publish this, I think. I'm probably going to get some sort of alert from GitHub. Warning, it looks like you've published private keys. Why, yes, it does look that way, doesn't it? Indeed, I have. They are test keys. Okay. All right. There we go. All right. A real working OpenID Connect configuration on GitHub pages. Post statically on GitHub pages or wherever. And then I should just tree this real quick. Whoop, that's not what I wanted to do. Oh, and I don't want to ignore anything. How to tell it unignore? -A. Alright, we're gonna get rid of the get part. I think I can do, maybe I can do -I get, .get. Will that work? Okay, good. Okay. I'm gonna get rid of these links because I don't think they're really helpful. Oh, by the way, speaking of links, happy Wood Elf Day, everybody. You might not have known it was Wood Elf Day, but indeed, it is Wood Elf Day. We don't need this, we don't need that. Gonna put a little spacer there. Oh, you know what I wish that this also had, though? Let's see. I'm gonna put this here. I don't think we're gonna actually use it, but I just want to see, is there anything else in particular? Yeah, we'll just put the... Put the trailing slashes here. Well, let's see. I kind of want... there we go. That's what I want this to look like. Let's see, can we do this another way? Then dang it. Okay, it's a little bit bigger than I thought it was. This list. Let's see. And then I do need to show maybe how to do that signature. Let's see. Yes, it is a bad practice to post keys on GitHub if it's private. Yes. Put your real keys in an environment vault or in in your database. Don't put private keys in a repo, because eventually it's going to get exposed. Eventually something bad is going to happen. You accidentally make it private or public. You make the wrong repository public. More likely, you make it public on purpose because you say, "Hey, look at this cool thing we created. Now that we've got this, we should make it public." Okay, and then it turns out, you delete your AWS keys or your DigitalOcean keys or whatever it is. You delete them from the repository, but they're still there. And so then when you push it to GitHub, the bots you'll get a notification from GitHub. GitHub will send you an email pretty much instantly saying, "Hey, you just published your AWS keys or your GitHub keys," or whatever type of key it is, because they now have a key registry program where they know what keys look like, what kind of format they take. And then with the key registry, if the key matches, then the key service will, I think what they'll do is they'll send the key to the key service to verify if it's an active key or not. But yeah, but the bots that are watching, because they just watch for new pushes on GitHub, and they just slurp them down, and when it matches a key, then boom, they'll be in your account by the end of the day. Within a few hours, they'll be in your account and spending $20,000 on some sort of GPU Bitcoin miner. I know, because it's happened. One of the companies I worked for, one of the guys didn't have his gitignore set up, or he thought the keys were dev keys or something. I don't know. Okay, where was I at with the key pairs thing? I'll get to some of the other comments in just a second. I need to make some headway on this. And then we could use curl and say uh-oh. My wife's coming in. Okay, well, don't show any confidential details to the camera. What am I signing?
Articles of incorporation.
For the S Corp?
Mm-hmm.
Where am I signing?
It's in the middle, where it says signature. Middle-ish area.
I can't find it. Can you point it to me?
Okay, it's right here. Signature.
Okay. Why don't they have that in red? Is there anything else?
That's it.
And this is for Utah.
Utah.
Okay, so federal's done, state's now done.
Hopefully, because they rejected the first time. This was missing, and then one more thing I need to fix, so I'll probably bring you another form to sign.
Okay. Okay.
Well, I'll pick up my pen and then...
That's a case for visual block mode. What? I missed what the context of that was. Do people use I as a variable in JS for loops too? Yeah, I is just generally I for integer, I think. Yeah, it's often used as a counter. But it's a general convention. Tech support's got jokes. JavaScript programmers are socialists, so we prefer we over I for variable iterators. Your John Hancock, please, sir. It's Herbie Hancock. I don't know the reference, but I assume it's an old-timey movie. Okay, and then we're going to have authorization bearer cat token.jwt. There we go. So that's the basics of how we use it. That's how we're going to use this here. There we go. All right, so I'm about to publish this, y'all. I think this is good. And I think I'm just going to go with initial commit. All right, so we have Ben, CNAME dev. All right, we're going to see this go live. And then, in the other thing I've been working on, I'll now be able to sign keys quickly and easily for the different types of user and whatnot. and not have to worry about what's deployed. Because the reason that this came up was because we had part of our SSO service on the dev server. Oh, it got dark. Those clouds must be overhead. Let's brighten it up a little bit. There we go. Yeah, there are clouds overhead suddenly. Anyway, we had this deployed on the dev server, but then we switched dev servers, and I don't want to get the old dev server back up, and I don't want to update the keys to the new dev server because this problem's going to happen again. So I just want to solve it once and for all. And so now everything else has been a while. Yep, here we go. Oh, there is one thing I'd like to change here. Let's see if we can do... There we go. GitHub.com. There we go. Let's see if we can get it to overwrite. Add link back to repo. Okay, looks good. Oh, and actually we should have links to these various things. Let's see, can I do a code block that's that big? Will GitHub let me do pre's? A pre and a code? Let's check and see real quick. Just whatever.md pre code code pre just copy this real quick. Okay, cool. It will let me do it. Great. Then we'll try going that route because I would like to add the links to this. So instead of doing text here, we'll do pre and code. We'll get rid of all that. And then we will end with end code end pre. And then we will add some links here. So, and these, I think these can be relative links, I'm pretty sure. In fact, I think they must be relative links. Well, I mean, we could make them absolute, but... Okay. Let me just change this. RSA, jwks.json, jwks.json. It's going to take me a minute to fill out the rest of these. So I might just commit this and then see if it works while I'm updating the rest. Actually, see, this one's going to be about the same, except it's going to need the prefix of staging. The same thing here. This is going to be the same, except it needs the prefix of staging. And then those two as well. Okay, and then the rest of these, I don't know that it really matters that much. I think there was something about allowing dot files. I think it didn't allow dot files by default, and you had to do something to allow dot files. I think you have to have a config. So GitHub pages allow dot files. Yep, there we go. That's exactly what we're talking about. I don't think we want to do no Jekyll. Okay, GitHub Jekyll dot files. There we go. Config.yaml. That's what we needed. GitHub pages config.yaml. I don't know if it needs to be underscore. Okay, and is it YML or is it YAML? I think they allow either. I could be wrong. But I had this problem once before. I could have sworn I've done the same thing. I'm going to be so ticked if I have done it. And I'm doing it again because I can't remember where I've done it. But I remember doing this include well-known before. Maybe it was a few years ago when I last did this. But I feel like it's been more recent. Allow Jekyll to serve dot files. Okay. Let's see. We should have the static page here. Okay, looks like everything rebuilt. No, that's got the not everything rebuilt. Okay, that's fine. Well, let's look for dot well-known OpenID configuration. Hey! I got it. So if I refresh this again, it's updated. It's updated. Check it out. Oh. Bad link. Dot well known. Wait. How did that work? Okay, I'm going to check out comments in a second here. Okay, let me check. Tommy Boy. Okay, that's where the Herbie Hancock came from. Oh, so it wasn't that old, but Tommy Boy made reference to a lot of older movies, didn't it? I would imagine that that scene could have been also referencing something, because that wasn't that whole movie. I haven't seen it since I was a kid, if I've even ever seen the whole thing. I know I've seen clips of it, but isn't the whole premise of the movie kind of making fun of lots of pop culture? Visual block mode comment related to you trying to extend the vertical line in your file config. Ah. Yeah, so I've tried to use multiple cursors before. I guess that's what visual block mode is multiple cursors. And I've never got it to actually work when I've tried it. Polish. It's detected as Polish. That was weird. Oh, whoops. We've got one more problem here. Okay, nothing was deleted. Good. All right. I'm going to fix that bug. There we go. I'm going to make this a template repository. Get rid of wikis. Get rid of projects. Don't allow merge commits. Always suggest updating. Automatically delete head branches. That's all I wanted there. And then from this point forward, well, assuming this works, then I'm just going to add branch protection. I'm going to go ahead and add it now, and then we can remove it. Require pull request, doesn't require approval. Require resolution, require signed commits, linear history. Do not allow bypassing settings. But we can still easily bypass it, turns out. Okay, cool. So now, hey, what's up, Susanna? Hello. Do I like front-end work? I think front-end work is crazy. I would have to find a set of tools that I like to like front-end work. In the front-end world, this is a problem. There's no engineering in the front-end world. It is overrun by crazies. The insane have taken over the asylum and have propped themselves up as professionals when they are not. They are kids running around doing whatever weird thing they want to do without any respect for the past or the future. Front-end world is absolute insanity. What we need is we need to get some back-end engineers. We need to get them working on front-end. But it's hard. Because these problems, we have two big, huge problems on the front end. One is the people who are doing the work have no idea what they're doing. And they're being taught by people who have no idea what they're doing. It's the whole boot camp cycle. The noise in the feedback loop has become greater than the signal. That's one problem. The other problem is that the adults that should be in the room are just bickering with each other and having whose is bigger contests. So all these organizations, the W3C and TC39 and Whatwig and all that, none of them can agree on anything. The Node Foundation, the JavaScript Foundation, they're all a bunch of committees. Most of the committees don't have any people on them who have programmed in JavaScript. That's actually the bigger problem with committees, right? It's not, the big problem isn't just that they bicker with each other, it's that they don't actually use front end. So you've got people on committees that are hired by big companies to go to the committees, and the cool kids don't. Oh, sorry. Not the cool kids. The people that do the work, they don't want to go to the committee. They want to do the work, right? They don't want to sit in a room with people bickering about nonsense. They just want to go work. So the people who are adequate to do the standardization are not present. And the ones who are, they're woke idiots. There's no other way to say it. I mean, you look at the GitHub issues on TC39 and they talk about, oh, well, in order to reach consensus, we had to make this decision, even though it's a bad one. Or because a certain person on the committee whose feelings are very valuable didn't think this was a good idea, we decided that we would respect him and not do it. get your feelings out of the conference room. Get your feelings out of there. We need to talk about technical solutions to technical problems, not you feel butthurt because you're an old fart that's not with the times and who's stuck in C++, doesn't even code in JavaScript, and thinks that, well, because there's not a perfect solution to this problem for whatever reasons. Actually, the problem in question, the solution was perfect. It's very easy to identify and understand, and there's not very much nuance to it at all. The specific instance I'm thinking of. But no, it is a problem. It is a problem. And that's why the front end space has gone off the rails. And there's no way to get the adults back in the room, because the adults have either been kicked out, or they're woke idiots, or they're belligerent idiots. And yeah. And there are good people that have been on the committees, but they get ignored, or they get pushed off, or they get this idea that despite the fact that they have the correct and working knowledge and wisdom to solve the problems, that they need to be considerate of other people's feelings and make bad decisions that literally affect the entire planet, knowing they're bad decisions, because they don't want to offend someone by going against their suggestion or whatever. And that's just utter nonsense. Vim Boxdraw. I will check this out. Vim Boxdraw. Let me check this out. And I'll check out the other comments too here. Oh, cool. But not in a bad way. Also, the way that I have my desk set up right now, the monitors are kind of in a parabolic shape, and I get an echo. When I'm speaking right now, I can hear an echo as if I was standing in a parabolic chamber, almost. Not really, but it's very slight, but I can hear an echo, and I think that part of it is that the sound is concentrating on my soda can. So I'm going to move my soda can, and let's see. Okay, now, oh, no, I still hear it. Let me move it, because I hear something kind of tinny. I think it's a soda can. All right, is the echo gone? The echo is gone. Okay, I've created a parabolic echo chamber out of the shape of my monitors and laptop and other items on the desk, because I have spread them out this way to give myself more space. Here's, I saw you wrote something somewhere about liking music, and then I found your Bandcamp. Is any of that your personal work? No. No, I just like music in general. I like a lot of OC remix stuff. I like classical video game music. So mobile, I don't know. I don't know much about mobile, but I think that mobile does suffer a little bit from the coolness problem. That mobile has a lot of the front end mentality in it. And again, the back-end engineers are typically not allowed to play, or I don't know, because mobile is often considered front-end, even though it's so not. Yes, there are some drag and drop interfaces for putting buttons in a frame, and yes, I would prefer that someone who is front-end do the drag and drop. But when it comes to architecting solutions, for example, being able to show a list that has 10,000 contacts in it, that's a problem that a backend engineer is going to be able to solve lickety-split. But I see so many apps where a list gets over 100 items long, and then they just break. Even Apple's contact app, absolutely terrible. Apple's Siri search thing, absolutely terrible. And from my recollection, Android's not any better. But these are not hard problems to solve. It's not a hard problem to do a binary search, or to be able to sort through it, to limit, to say, hey, when we're doing a search, we're only going to show a maximum of the top 20 results. This is not a hard problem. Debouncing is not a hard problem, but mobile tends to do really poorly on that, perhaps even more poorly than the web. Because I guess people think mobile is performant. Well, Mobile has all the same problems that Angular has for a list that's 10,000 long. If you do if you approach the problem the same way as people that created that problem in Angular created it. If you want it to be fast in Angular, it can be. If you want it to be fast on mobile, it can be. But if you take no thought in it and you just say, well, here's 10,000 items, we'll put them in the list, and you don't think, are those going to display at the same time? And I'm pretty sure that for the grid list, if you use the native grid list, I'm pretty sure this problem's solved. But particularly in search functions where the content is high, or just even doing things like people focus too much on responsiveness rather than focusing on the ability to scroll up and down and left and right. That should be number one. You don't know what size phone you're going to be on? You don't. Even if you think you do, you don't. So make sure that everything can scroll top and bottom and left and right, and test it on an iPhone 5C. And if you do that, it'll work. Things are going to be okay. But if you don't do that, then, I upgraded from the original iPhone SE to the iPhone SE 2020, and I have almost all the same problems in terms of things not fitting on the page and whatnot. Uh, 4 p.m. Mountain Time. Oh, tomorrow is Wood Elf Day. Oh my goodness. I am so sorry. Okay, I got confused because my daughter at preschool, they're celebrating Wood Elf Day today. Wood Elf Day is tomorrow, March 17th. Okay, let's see. The iPad generation will redeem us? No, because iPad sales are going down. Gen Z will perish by eating themselves alive in lack of procreation. So I noticed that you put a space between pro and creation. I like that double entendre there. I disagree that we need back-end engineers to solve front-end issues. Been there, done that. We need cross-discipline, full-stack engineers, not bootcamp trained. So I agree with that, except that there's no such thing as a front-end engineer. There's only back-end engineers that work on the front end. The principle of engineering is just mutually exclusive from front end. Engineers are not allowed to play on the front end. They're just not. They're not allowed to. They don't get the opportunity. I'm not disallowing them, but they don't get a lot, So I think I get what you're saying from the perspective that maybe what you're saying is that the person needs to understand the browser. And that's just a backend engineer, right? Because a backend engineer would be somebody who understands the platform. You can just be a code monkey on the back end too. Not everybody on the back end is an engineer. But a back end engineer would be somebody, or the engineer understands the platform on which they're operating, right? They get it. They are working in that paradigm. They are creating solutions that are adapted to the constraints. And that's what I mean by that. So pardon my French and all that, but that's what I mean. Zero sugar soda. Ugh. I know, I must be sick, right? What do you do? Oh my goodness, it's so bright now. And then the cloud's going to come overhead, and then I'm going to have to boost the brightness by 6 times or something. My VP of IT says another problem was over the pandemic. A lot of time needed for developers. Company was hiring just left people left and right and didn't know what they should... What? Wouldn't you want... I don't know what was the rest of that there, but I think people were left without supervision / training, without training, without supervision. Wouldn't you want to design it so it can't scroll left and right? As in responsive design where things shrink or change in a way that doesn't break the whole page. I hope that makes sense. No, responsive design makes things shrink in a way that they do break the page. The theory of responsive design, which is completely debunked by just picking up a phone and visiting web pages, is that you would be able to use it despite the size of the screen. This is too hard. It is infinitely difficult. No one has figured it out except for one company, and that's Twitter. Twitter is the only web page where I can access all the menus, everything's there, and it's actually there. There's parity. Anything that I can do on Twitter on desktop, I can do on Twitter on mobile. I do not have the mobile app for Twitter. That's the only app that I can think of where everything works and has always worked no matter which phone I've had. It is a miracle of engineering. I don't know how they did it. But Twitter made a lot of smart engineering choices on the front end. They did a lot of things that were weird and that other people poo-pooed. But Twitter was pretty smart in that regard. And GitHub isn't the worst. But they're not Twitter. Well, also, Twitter is far less complex than GitHub. So there's that. But, yeah. Okay. I need to continue on here for a little bit. But yeah, I have lost all faith that it is possible to do quote unquote responsive design because I have never, aside from Twitter, which again, they're not using the same patterns as everybody else. They're custom rolling all their own stuff and they do it in a way that somehow manages to work despite the whole world being against them in this regard. But responsive design is a pipe dream. It's something that people need to stop trying to do. What they need to focus on is make it so that the page will work, even when you don't, even when it doesn't meet expectations. Now, if the phone is wide enough, it won't need a scroll bar, right? If the phone is tall enough, it won't need a scroll bar. So by making sure that the scroll bar is there, you haven't broken anything. The problem is with responsive design, people trying to take on the hubris that of all the thousands of different screen sizes out there, or at least hundreds, that they can somehow comprehend what it's like for a person to use their website. And they can't. It drives me bonkers. In fact, there's a special browser app that I got that was, I think it's called Desktop Browser. And it will open up the page with the resolution set to, 1080p or something like that, so that you can view the whole page and you can just zoom in and out. It gets rid of the whole, responsive scale equals 1 or whatever, and just allows you to use the page regularly. And I use that because there's so many pages that just won't load properly on a phone. If we had a good example of something that could be done responsive and worked, then I wouldn't be opposed to it. Okay, and then let me see. Check a channel of some sort of channel. Not some sort of channel. Something specific. What am I checking over here? Yeah. I need to get some of this done. Okay, I checked something there. I don't know. Let me see. Okay, let me get back to work on this. I'm not making as much progress as I'd like to here. And I feel like I should be able to make this progress. Okay, so... where was I? Where's the thing that says static? Where did it go? Did it... oh, I've got two things open? Is that... okay, what happened? Where did my page go? Okay, Jojo Bite, I see, and I don't know, but well, I'll see what I can get done in the next 20 minutes. No, I don't think Twitter uses Bootstrap. They may have done it. I mean, I guess were they the ones that created it long ago? Because I have not associated Bootstrap with Twitter. Twitter Bootstrap, Bootstrap 2, Bootstrap from okay. So yeah, no, back in those days, 2011. I was not using Twitter on my phone in 2011. And Twitter is, as far as I'm aware, they're not using Bootstrap now. They do something else that I'm not even sure that I agree with, but they have some sort of process, but it's the only thing I've ever seen that works. So whether or not I agree with it, it's the only thing that works. But they don't use Bootstrap. Created by an engineer at Twitter is not the same thing as what Twitter uses, but yeah, it's Bootstrap is not Twitter anymore. They might sponsor it or something, but it is not a Twitter thing. If you, I mean, you open up Twitter, you're not going to see Bootstrap in their HTML. Okay. So I got that done. All right, get rid of that. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Okay, so this is where we're at. This is working. Now I can get back to this thing that I was actually doing on purpose in the first place. Blah, 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 blah. All right, so they've got HTTP redirects. Now what do I need to do? I need to go back over here. And I want to see where key.jwk is mentioned. So there's the key pair generate. Oh, did I use cat where I didn't need to? No, I didn't. I probably could just use JQ here. Oh no, Morse to sign?
Yeah.
Alright, what am I signing?
It had a simple change.
Just right here?
Yes.
Okay.
So Utah doesn't accept entity when they ask what type of entity. If you say S corp, that's wrong. You need to say for profit instead.
Oh.
So because of one change, have to file again.
Oh, the type of company is a for-profit company.
Yeah.
Oh, got it. Okay. All right, here's what I want to do. I'm going to go with key.jwk.json. And do we even need the pub thing? I don't know if we need the pub. Yeah, we don't even need the public key. Ah, yes. JQ-C for the one-line form. Got it. Okay, now I need to do that. I don't think as a casual I would enjoy using Vim. I don't think you're supposed to enjoy it. I think you're supposed to be productive. I don't wake up in the morning and think, oh, yes, I get to use Vim today. Woo! You know what I'm saying? Like, Vim is the hammer that I picked up at Lowe's for $20, and I love it because it works. Right? But I'm not going to shout from the rooftops and tell all my friends. I mean, I do tell my friends, yeah, you should use Vim. But in the same way that when I see them trying to use the back end of a screwdriver to get a nail in a board, I would tell them, hey, you should get a hammer. But I don't have any special love for Vim. I just have a way to set it up quickly. And if you would like to not have any special love for Vim, but you would like to set it up quickly, that's what Vim Essentials is for. So I'll link here again. Boom. You would think it would be... It's not... You just need to get a little bit of muscle memory. That's all it is. So here, try Vim Adventures. The problem is, yes, it takes about an hour to learn the 10 things that you need to know. But once you've taken that hour to learn them, you know them for the rest of your life. So the biggest argument against Vim is, oh, it's so hard to learn. And it is, in the same way that JavaScript's hard to learn. There's a lot of people that are excited about it, but there's not very many good resources out there. You don't need to become a Vim expert. I've been using Vim for 15 years. I am not at all a Vim expert. I know the bare minimum. But you watch me code on it. I mean, you might think I'm doing wizardry, but I'm using about 10 things. And I do have a video series on that coming up. Well, a video course. But it's something that you need to get the basics down. Escape, Q, bang. That means exclamation. Escape, exclamation, bang. You need to have that memorized. You need to do it 100 times in one day. And then escape, W. Those are the two main things you need to know. And then, of course, hitting enter after each of those. How to quit Vim and how to save. So with how to quit and how to save, you're doing great. Then you learn a little bit about, how to use V to select something, how to use D to cut it, how to use P to paste or U to undo. Now you're pretty much an expert. And then you learn a couple of the shortcuts like GG and Shift G and GJ and GK and G10 or G11 or G12 or G1 or G105 or whatever. Those are basically go to top of file, go to bottom of file, go visually down one line, go visually up one line, go to line 10, 11, whatever. That, and then slash for search. And there's your Vim tutorial. Yeah, you need to practice those. Yeah, it's going to take you an hour. But then you've got it for the rest of your life, and it's always available. You pick up anybody's Mac, it's going to be there, whether they're a developer or not. You log into any server, it's always going to be there. You log into your thermostat, it's going to be there. So it is an appropriate tool for almost every situation, and that's why I'm into it. And NeoVim, my hesitation with it is I tried it out and it just looks so dang cool, but I can't figure out how to be productive in it. You know, it's you get all of these 3D effects in your terminal, and it's like, wow, this is GPU rendering. That's so cool. But then, like, well, how about I just get auto formatting and get, error reporting? That's what I want. I don't, having 3D menus and, or not 3D, but animated cursor stuff. It's cool, but it doesn't help me to program. It doesn't help me to get my work done. And if somebody can show me the equivalent of Vim Essentials for NeoVim, I'm not going to lie. It's kind of seductive that it has those animations and stuff in the terminal. It's kind of seductive. I would probably switch over to if you can give me Vim Essentials for NeoVim, I will probably join your camp. Plus, NeoVim is easier to install on Windows, and that is what would push me over the edge. Okay, so I need to look at env here. Let's get rid of the private key. And env.secret. Okay, that's the actual secret stuff that I actually don't want to show on stream. Alright. Oh, look at that. Those clouds. So, part of the light in here is I had a sunroof installed. Or is that not sunroof? A window. Wait, a roof window? It's a window. It's on the roof. What do you call that? There we go. A little better. Then when the cloud goes away, it's going to be way too bright. I'll go a little bit. There we go. Skylight. Yes, skylight. Thank you. Yeah, quick setup is good. So if you want to have... Actually, what I should share with you is not just Vim Essentials, but the Beyond Code Pack. So there's a Beyond Code Pack called Beyond Shell. And this is my entire development environment, including Vim Essentials, like that. Alright, so this one was not the right one to do. Oh, whoopsies. What did I do wrong? Ah. Oh! Disculpenos, por favors. Alright, there we go. Alright, so now that's good. Now I should be able to do token issue root JWT. Alright. So now I can test this thing. Huzzah! Thank you. I appreciate your blessings. Do you think tools like Copilot and stuff are bad for beginners or good? I think it's a mixed bag. I think it could go either way. It depends on you personally. I think that it can be really great from the perspective that you get access to things that you didn't know you didn't know. And so you do have a little bit of, like it says, Copilot, you have to do a little bit of almost a mentor. Just remember, it's generating bad code. It's not generating the way that someone who's experienced would tell you how to do it. It's generating based on what it finds on GitHub. Most people are beginners. Most people do not make it to professional, and only a portion of people progress beyond beginner to mid-tier, right? So Copilot is giving you a lot of bottom-of-the-barrel code, but it's giving you ideas, it's giving you vocabulary, it's helping you get close to a problem. As long as you recognize that GitHub Copilot is far less smart than you, it is not able to solve problems correctly, it is not able to understand context, it is not able to understand nuance, it is not able to know whether or not a program is correct or not, it is not intelligent, it is dumb, it is a statistical model. It looks at code that has comments or words or Stack Overflow posts similar to what you're putting in a comment, and then it generates code from that comment, swapping out some variable names for local variable names, right? So it's a statistical model. It is not artificial intelligence. It is only artificial intelligence in the sense that it's a statistical model, and that's what artificial intelligence is usually referring to. So if you go at it from that perspective, then I think that it can be really good for a beginner because it can help you to see things, to learn them. But then the flip side is that if you don't have the discipline or the mentorship, then you may get really hung up on it's generating bad code that doesn't work, and you don't know why, and you don't know how to debug it. So it's a mixed bag in that sense. I think that it can be useful. I've been debugging using it as I often just mess up with syntax and small issues like a missing bracket or something. Yeah. So that's my thoughts on that. By the way, Josh, that would be a good clip for GitHub Copilot. All right, so now what do I need to do? I need to run this. So we got Caddy going. So we've got our HTTP going. And I need to get Caddy up. What do I need to do here? So what I was going to do was test a request, but the other thing I need to do here is I need to adjust my OIDC issuers to include SSO dev. Maybe I should call it SSO test. I'm not married to it at this point. Oh, I'm going to be so ticked at myself. I did do this. I did do this. I can't believe it. I did this before and it was right there in my face. I did it for this project. What a poopy. Wait. No, I didn't. Did I or did I not? Okay, so I did add something, but it wasn't the exact same thing. Okay. Okay. All right, now I feel a little less dumb. And this one, it looks like this one was not complete. Okay, right. Okay, so I did have some of the stuff here, but it wasn't complete. Got it. All right, so now I don't feel so bad about that. This is okay. This is not a complete loss. All right, OIDC issuers, there we go. So that's allowed. So what I should be able to do then, and I actually need to update that other bit. So I need to change this README, and we need to do it when we sign. And this would be, I believe it is supposed to be the URL. All right, so this is what we need right here. So let me go back and check my signature on that other one. Okay. App base URL. Okay, it looks like there's a meeting I should join in on. Shell check. Let's see. Disable equals. I really don't want to get out of the groove of this thing that I'm working on now. Okay. Okay. Key pair generates. Whoa! Twins will be boys. Awesome. Congratulations. Yeah, if you struggle with CSS and you understand code, that's a good sign. That means that you are a back-end person, not a front-end person. I had a dream last night. I was writing functions in my dream. That's good. Good for you. You're in a good place. That's usually... I think people often dream about things when they're crossing the chasm. You know, when they're getting from just dipping your toe in to committing. You start to have dreams about it. Good for you. Yeah, if you get CSS and you struggle with code, you should go straight to front end and not touch JavaScript. Just work on the HTML and the CSS and only use the minimum amount of JavaScript. If you find that you struggle with the CSS, but you're good at the code, you're never going to get a job on the front end. It's just not going to happen. You're going to be excluded because you understand code, and we can't have people that understand code on the front end. You're just going to get kicked out. Jojo Byte, perhaps a lone exception. But most people either get CSS or they get JavaScript that are going into it. They feel immediately more comfortable with one or the other. And that tells you basically whether you have the back end mindset or you have the front end mindset. And really, that's not even true. It's not even true at all. People doing CSS are implementers of design. And that is a really important and needed job. And I wish more people would focus on that and become highly skilled in that. This is one of the problems, is that people, I don't know if it's because they're not given the opportunities, but people very, very seldomly become expert in CSS. Very, very seldom. But we need people that are expert in CSS. And we need those people to just leave JavaScript alone and not bang their head against it when they realize, I hate coding, but I like CSS. Or programming, because CSS is, depending on how you want to define code and all that. All right, so now I can finally run my test. API test. All right, now this is finally going to work. There's some really cool CSS stuff on CodePen that's often trending. But is it useful? That's the problem. Because I've seen really cool stuff trending. But again, in that form, really cool tends towards art rather than towards... I need to restart this. Rather than towards useful. And art is cool, but it's not necessarily useful. I don't know why this is happening. I've had this happen a few times now. Oh, crap. Oh, whoops. Oh, that's why. All right. Now that's running. Now I should be able... Dang it. Okay. Okay. Did I do the wrong thing here? Let's see what's going on here. Is there a typo there? Dev? Oh, SSO dev, not dev SSO. What? I made a boo-boo. Let me go fix it. Okay. I guess both of these should go in here. Still rewriting history at the moment. All right, now I'm going to go allow myself to force push over main. Main X. And then force push. And then get rid of that. So once things are actually working, that's when I really want the branch protections in place. Go back and build out projects with just HTML and CSS to improve your skills to some degree. Yeah, but I think it is good to take a look at some of those frameworks and kind of glean ideas from them. You know, kind of glean ideas from how they do things. Not necessarily because it's the right way, but just because it gives you a perspective of looking at something. So I would recommend taking a look at things that have two opposing viewpoints. Say Tailwind and Bootstrap, or however React does theirs. And just kind of peek at it and see, which I think that the idea of mixing Tailwind and Bootstrap is a better idea. Or not Tailwind and Bootstrap, Tailwind and React is a better idea. I think that's one good thing that may come out of the React or the Tailwind craze, is people not bundling so much crap inside of components and having all of this cross dependency between the code and the picture that it paints, and instead focusing on the component and letting the design be developed somewhat independently from the code. I mean, we need a lot of basically handles. The problem with HTML is you can't know exactly what it needs to be ahead of time. You can have some basic ideas, like I want this to be what's the you have it gives you scaffolding. HTML is the scaffolding that you put the stuff on, right? But sometimes you need an extra div, or because you have to work around visual bugs essentially, because CSS can't do it all, and so you have to go back and put in HTML to make up where the CSS is broken. One thing that I would recommend is mvp.css. I'll give you a link to this in just a second. I think this is a really decent pattern for thinking about how to build CSS. And there are some other things that are like this. I think it's called classless CSS. And I don't know that you could build a whole site with just what's presented here, but you could get pretty far. So I would highly recommend taking a look at MVP CSS. And take a look at the issues of things people have complained about that they've decided to fix or to not fix. But the idea that you could just that you can create HTML, that the HTML is pretty descriptive in of itself. This is a good idea. We have the nav element, we have the kind of card style elements and so forth. But it is really tricksy. It's a lot of rules at play and whatnot. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and delete my key here. I'm going to go ahead and go into my environment file and delete the key from here. And then I'm going to run key pair generate, and then I'm going to run my API test. Oh. Okay, and then I still have some problems over here. So oh, did I update this already? I don't know why I did that. It's going to take a minute. I think there was more than one place where I had that needs to get fixed. Yeah, here it is. Yeah. Maybe I should make a function that's bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. So I'm refactoring this now because I created a bug twice. So good time to refactor to say, hey, I made a bug twice. That's a good indicator that this should be different. That's the, right time to put it in to something. Venture to the homestead. All right. Have a good one. Okay. Okay. I'm actually going to change the function signature here. The output file first and then the keys next, because I could actually change this later to have a different number of keys. It doesn't have to be that number of keys. So we're going to make this that does make more sense. Just to make this easier to read, we'll split these up on each line. Oh, you know what? Sorry, I missed a whole bunch of comments earlier. Grid and flex. Yeah, I don't know, man. Like to be half decent at CSS so I can build projects, or partner with somebody who is half decent at it. Division of labor. Specialize at what you're best at and get someone else who's also learning. This is what should happen on front end. Is people who are programmers and people who are design implementers. They should work together and they should be allowed to be great at what they do. And work together on things, rather than trying to force round pegs into square holes. You telling me in production you've never used a CSS flying plane? All right. Now I'm caught up on comments. All right. EC1, EC2, well known. SSO dev. Okay. Okay, that looks better. All right, let's see if this will work now. All right, get rid of that private key. Gotta wait for this to finish rebuilding. Where is it anyway? There it is. Let's just put this right up top, up front. All right, so what I need to see is that the jwks.json is correct. And now that looks correct. And let's see that the other one looks correct too. Okay, so I think the build completed and was good. Okay. This could be a number of things gone wrong. Let's see. Nothing there. Test 1 JSON, test 2 JSON. So let's see. All right, where is the key fingerprint? CIF, right? Okay, so let's try. I am a little confused here because I see this problem too. Now it could be that I've got the wrong key. I'm not really sure what would cause this. But something did go wrong here. So let me take a step back and see if I can just debug here. All right. Okay, that seems to make sense. Maybe I needed to put that other one in the staging, is what I'm thinking. Yeah, we've got both of these. Oh, whoops. No, I didn't even look in staging. I'm a little confused on this, if I'm being honest. Alright, so I generated both of these keys. Let's see. GKO to CK. See, I got my online test page here still. Let's see here. Let's see. Oh. Let's see if I can figure this out. Oh. This does not make sense. Did I do that? Yeah, not having arguments for this was a dumb idea. I made this a long time ago in my defense. But it's not much of a defense. I should have known better at the time. Dang it. Okay, this is what I was looking for. No, not quite. What the heck? There we go. Okay, that is the private one. Okay. Private key. PKCS. Dang it. Maybe I need to say JSON? How do I get the daggone public key? That's what I want. I want to convert. Convert to the public key. JWK. Whatever. Okay, but this this didn't give me the thumbnail. Dang it. 2C. But that doesn't look right. KHN. Not well known. JWKS. 2CJ KHN. Okay, so that looks right. And then key ID is E. Okay, what was the key ID that it couldn't find here? This is where I'm getting tripped up. Is oh, that's not good. I did not actually want to install that. All right. Sif v4. Let's try this over here. That's kind of confusing. Let me see if the build failed or something. Maybe it's still got the old version of the key because I was regenerating them. Hold on a second. Okay, hold on. Okay, let's just take a look here. That looks good. Do these look the same? Those look the same. Oops. Oh, did I get the wrong... Did I grab the wrong key? No, that should be the same. Okay, yeah, that's the same. Key ID. Why would we have the wrong key ID? Is something using the wrong hash function? Whoops. Okay, let me just check here. So I'm generating keys, I'm outputting them, and then I'm renaming what I output. And then I'm renaming what I output. So if we were to stop right there... Okay, let me just not... Just not delete those for a second. Okay, and let's make sure that what's in the pub file here, just sanity check, is also what's in... So there's a pub file here, and then there's the staging pub file, and those should be the only two... Wait. Why do we have... Okay. Okay, so these have key IDs in them, and those key IDs make sense. And then we should have corresponding key IDs in the well-known JWKS. Key ID matches. Okay. Alright, so everything matches here. So I'm very confident this is 100% good. And then let's see. The private key should have almost the exact same values. It's just D is missing. Okay, so this looks good. And then, yeah, so use is added, key is missing. Otherwise, yeah, these are looking pretty good. And then if we do staging, we should see the same thing. So, is it possible that elsewhere the key ID is being generated incorrectly, or just that there's some sort of weird mismatch here that happened? Because there's D, there's X and Y are the same, X and Y are the same. Okay, X and Y are the same on all of these. Okay, let's just make sure. So that's going to go up. And meanwhile, I should be able to sign one of these. Was there somewhere else? Let's see, what was it? What was it that it said? Bin, token, inspect. No, That's not what I wanted. Bin API test. Okay. So the way that it signs... Alright, I'm going to need to get off of here soon. But I want to figure this out first. Okay. Is this even the same key? I think it is. YK. Alright, same key. Alright, then... Key ID XM. Key ID XM. Alright. So I must have just had something mismatched somehow. Bad cache of something. Probably I just committed the wrong file to the repo. Okay, what was I looking for? I was looking to see if there was a notification. Run canceled. Okay, that's not our problem here. Sign from the issuer. Using the private key. Oh, dang it! Oh! Oh! Really? Was that... I forgot to delete the key from there when I regenerated it. That's what happened. See? Now we've got the right private key. Now this is going to work swimmingly. Okay, good time for me to take a break. No, that was the wrong. That's that. Okay. All right, that was. I don't know why that was so hard. I add links, config files, keys. Okay. All right, now this is working. So now I'm going to lock it back down. Alright, now we're going to put the branch protection rules back in place. Now this is working. Everything's there to verify it all. Okay. Okay. All right, that's good now. So next, for my API test, $10.91. There we go. Oh, interesting. Error message empty. So that's wrong. Okay, good. So now we're back on the path of fixing things that are actually in here. Ah. Alright, this did not rebuild. Even though I modified a Go file. Maybe... do I need to put -R? I think I need to put -R, I guess. Yeah. I kind of want that error to just disappear. Okay, it seems like I just replaced that with HTTP error. Alright, let's see if this rebuilds. Hey, it's rebuilding. Yay. Now it's working correctly. Okay, so wait. Huzzah! Alright, so I should probably build out those API tests in Go. Sorry, needed to get that out. Okay. Where are we at here? Oh, sorry, I was looking at an issue. Alright, so we got that. I think it's about time for me to take a break. But I do want to see... Let's see. Okay. Party roles. Ledger types. Boom, boom, boom. That's really slow. That's not what I would expect. Oh. Well. .404 page not found. Let me check on that. Oh, record types. Oh, blah. All right, that looks good. Okay, so the next thing I need to do then. Now I'll carry on when we get back. See, I need to go to, was it? And then I need to go to my two-factor app. Okay. CNAME. Okay. Pages. Main. There we go. Okay. May take up to 15 minutes. Certificate. There we go. Excellent. And then... okay. And then, what do I want to do here? So dev.savvy.legal. Let's see. Okay. Okay. savvy.legal. Savvy. And then let's look for this one. GitHub. All right, cool. So now we should have actually we should have just made this a template repo. I'm going to delete this. Let's see, delete repository, and I'm just going to click the template button instead. And then I'm going to run the same commits on it. Okay, so let's go back. Okay. And then we should be able to get push. What? What? I'm so confused. What about everything I just did? Okay, fine. Man. Oh, whoops. Hmm. There we go. Update issuer and region keys. Okay. Now let's go back in here and then just check some boxes. Always suggest updating the pull request. Automatically delete head branches. Okay, and then pages, same thing as before. Main, save, custom domain, sso dev.savvy. There we go. Alright, DNS check in progress. This should complete instantaneously because it's already been done. And the certificate's already there. Okay, good. Okay. So, with that out of the way, and then this should be so dev.savvy.legal. Okay. Get rid of the junk private key. Issue the token. Test the API. Boom! Alright. Alright, that's it then. Clone and enter the repo, build the server. All right. All right, what else we got? Okay, there we go. -A -F. Maybe not -F. And there's nothing near that. Okay, we're good. So build, migrate. Let's see. Alright, so we're going to clone that. Generate. Okay, what else? Interesting. Why is there a star there? Oh, it's because it's a group. Probably should figure out how to get rid of that. I could probably read the group information and just trim a trailing if it has suffix /*. And these are gonna be get. Okay. Okay. Oh, whoops. This should be... Savvy.legal. Okay, there we go. Okay. And this would be OIDC issuer. And then we need the same thing here. Oh yeah. Hey, how's it going? Okay, SSO savvy now. Legal. Yeah, I think I just ought to do it this way. Oh. Okay. What was it? 5665 or something like that? Let's see. 3556. There we go. So let's make API test here a little bit easier. So we're going to do my base equals 1 if test dash z my base, then my base equals there we go. All right. All right, just run these to download the sample key and create the config. Okay. specify how the local token should be signed and which issuers should be trusted. Three, 556 API sudo -h indication bearer cat root.jwt.txt. Let's just do this. There we go. Okay. Okay. Oh, goodness. Oh, wait, this wasn't in there already? It's weird, I could have sworn I updated this already. Huh. I could have sworn I committed all that. Oh, maybe it's because it was a whip. What was that? Hold on. Okay. What else do I need to do here? I need to worry about that one yet. Okay, update. Oops. Sure. Font. Oh, how's it going, everybody? Let's see here. Let me go back here. I actually want to do... Okay, and then... What else are we doing? Type and roll routes. Let's see. To-dos for API. Okay, I'm going to call that good for now. I've got some other stuff to do, and I got a meetup tonight, but I'll keep on this. And then we'll actually get to the real important. To the actual API stuff. Anyway, I need to take a break. I lost steam about an hour ago, as you could tell. Okay. I'm going to go, but I will see if there's anybody on to raid. Okay, we're going to raid Rocks Codes. Ooh, or Matty Two Shoes. He hasn't been on in a while. We're going to go with Rocks Codes. Okay. I'm off, everybody. Have a good one. I'll catch you later. Thanks for joining in. And hopefully see you tonight when I'm refreshed and reinvigorated. All right. Adios. Oh, wait. At the meetup, there's... hold on. I'm going to go ahead and click the raid button. I'm going to give you the link to its YouTube. Utah Stack JS. You have to actually hit enter for copy and paste to work now, which is kind of weird. It's weird that it shows there's no content, but there actually is. It's just because it's live. So we've had some good presentations. We're going to have another good one tonight. I'll catch you later. Adios. Oops.